Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is happy here. That seems good. You seem alright. You. Tell me of you. You seem to be behind. There we go. Alright, that seems alright. Now, let's get some of this rolling. Let's go do this. Okay, so we had a partially complete file creator going on here. We might pull this out for later use, but let's get it finished first. So we started thinking a little bit more. The first thing we need to do is figure out if it's a directory or not, I think. So let's pull you up. Did I? Nope. You're for the other thing. Okay, so let's first see if it ends with a path sep or, well, I guess we can't really do or here. Because you need to go, there we go. Because we won't know if it actually exists. This would be a lot easier to test also if we were to return a path instead of just doing things. What if we instead called you something like this? Or maybe even that. And you feed me path still. Okay. So, if you end with a path separator, will directory respond to that? We don't know. Let's assume it will, and we'll do testing to make sure. Get that out of there. We won't need the path sep because it's in there. Then we can say if it ends with a path separator, create our, or we want to put our file inside that directory. And maybe that's sufficient. I guess the other thing we want to do is just before that, if it's a valid path to a valid file, we're done. So if file path exists sync, but we also want to say it needs to end with JSON here. Then we just return path. We're done. Otherwise, if it ends with the path separator, it's probably a directory. We'll make sure it exists. Return that. And I think where are we going to put this? I think we're just going to default it to making our default. Maybe. We were going to put you... We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to put you yet. We need to look at that. You editor. So we have map templates. We have config and tags. Okay, yeah, that's where we're going to put you. It's just going to be config. So we'll do it in the working directory, which should be fine. Hopefully. Otherwise, if this doesn't exist... So here's the problem with returning a string. Is what do we return if this? Because that won't tell... I guess we could just do this and then... We need to handle that. And I think that creating it with the recursive flag should help. So in this case, we're just going to return directory name followed by platform path separator followed by default file name. Do I want to do that? Or do I want to just say that you have to provide a path and it will error in some way, shape, or form? I'm just thinking that this could get messy if you wind up running it from a different folder for some reason. Like if you put the binary in the path, this would lead to problems. I think I want to just not do this. I think that's too much magic happening. And it's too easy to end up with files in all over the place and then life sucks, right? So instead, okay, so just in our test here, we're just going to do, you're just going to read, we're just going to make sure you exist. And we'll have to do, so we've kind of flirted with the idea of loading things into an app state for those kind of things that are app-wide. So maybe we can do like a an error box on program launch. And if we have any errors loading stuff, we'll put them in there. So you, in the test here, which is what led us down this path where we started thinking about doing that, was actually this. Test write tags JSON. So for my deal here, file path. Oh, this is the actual controller. I need to do it in the test. Derp. Test path, load tags. So we need to file test path create, and I have recursive. I shouldn't need recursive here. That should fix this. Let's just file a directory. Tag controller test data. Is that not where you test dir path, which is where we put directory tester path create sync test file path, right? The string sync. So why would you not exist here? Let's break here and debug. So we should see this path is that. Where is my tag controller test data? Test tags, okay. Then we create file path. Technically exists before him, but he exists before the file path, but that shouldn't matter. It didn't create it. Huh. Nor did it throw an exception, though. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. That is mine. Okay. We'll put this up here just for sensibility's sake, but create. Oh, create sync. There we go. Now let's see if you run. No? Unexpected end of input of character 1. It's a different error though. That's in my decoding. Read S string sync. And that's going to be because you don't have anything in there. So we do need to handle that case. If len result contents, let's go. This is Dart. Should be is empty. It'd be here. We can still do this, no problem, and just return. If the file is empty, create an empty list and return. There we go. Okay. Right text file should go in there. Let's make sure we do this, even though we kind of already do it here. So if we do our own test path again, we can just copy this because we still have to create it. Test, load, empty, tags. That'll do. Still must create the file so that we can read it and find it empty. That's fine. Watching this stream finally pushed me to learn Go. It's a fascinating language, even if it enforces the incorrect bracket style. No, the correct bracket style. Yeah, Go is a really good time. I enjoy Go a lot. We expect this length. I can't do. Oh, there we go. We expect you to be empty. Hey, loaded tag list is not empty. Go. And then these guys just go away. There. This should all pass because we know it works. This didn't, though. Loaded tag list is not empty. Because I forgot to give you the correct this. That'll do it. There we go. Okay. I think that will be good for that. guess we should test add tag, because that is a thing we can do here, right? Yes. Okay. That's fine. We can still load it from... Not you. We can still load it from the file that we have data in there already. And then we can add stuff. Test controller, add tag. And our tags existing are test tag 1, test tag 2. Test add tag can be his name. And then result is the tags expect result URA list of strings length should be 3 reason result tag list length incorrect. The composability inherent in defer, panic, recover was particularly interesting. Do you find yourself taking advantage of it often? Composability inherent in defer, panic, recover. No. I don't usually do anything with panic recovery. I don't want to panic at all. Panicking is bad. Unless, like, sometimes you it depends, right? If a thing is wholly impossible and should not be possible, there's an argument to be made for panicking there, because you want to catch it happening and fix it, right? But I usually don't. Like there's almost always either no reason to have a panic or there's usually some sort of sane behavior that should arise, basically. And whether that behavior might just be to log it and fail and try to communicate to the user in a meaningful way what happened. But also that depends on the context too. Like, you don't want to usually tell an API consumer the nature of a database error, right? You don't want to display that information. So in that case, maybe you just give them a bad request, but you want to log what actually happened, maybe. And I think they say as much in the FAQ, maybe? Somewhere in the official, this is how you should do Go things. Somebody wrote it down and said, panic is really not preferred. But also it comes from Google, where, uptime is kind of important to their endeavors. So they take the stance of, keep the service running at all costs or wherever possible. And then, graceful degradation, stuff like that. All right, add tag, we add the tag, and then what we should do here is we should do this so that we can then, wrong button, we can say that we expect result at index 2 should be equal to new tag name reason new tag is not present end of result list. I think that's all we need to do for that guy. Remove tag, yes, we have. And write tags to file is actually save tags would be a better name to keep it matching up with the actual name of the function. Okay, so we can once again, let's actually grab all of this and actually this too. And we can do new tag 1, new tag 2. Let's do this. These shouldn't be in there still, but we'll just do that just to keep everything all nice and squared away. Remove tag is not test, but new tag 1. Now we get our result. We expect that the length of result should be 3 still. Results length controller tag list length incorrect. Let's do that. And we expect thinking. Oh yeah, no, we could just do result contains new tag 1 false reason target tag still present in result list. And I could not that, because that's go. This is Dart. Could do that. I think it'll spit out a list of strings. Is that a go pattern? Obviously, with errors as value, there's a preference towards working a fail state into the control flow. My curiosity stems from trying to understand the advantage over try catch. The advantage over try catch is that you don't ever have to remember to try catch it. You always are forced to think about, unless you explicitly throw it away, you're always forced to think about an error that may or may not return. And it shifts your thinking. And it's always immediately apparent, like, what could possibly go wrong, right? Okay. Yeah. And the same thing also applies in testing. Like, a lot of people will go install the Testify package because Go natively does not have an assert statement for testing, or an expect or whatever, like Dart does here. And they intentionally did that because you're supposed to think about the errors. That's kind of the key thing about errors as values. And I wish I could remember the exact example, but it was literally something I was discussing with someone as they were doing some testing. And they had a bug, and it turned out that the error was wrong. The error coming back was wrong. And it wasn't being correctly checked because their test used Testify, or one of the... Testify is the big one. I think there's another one that does an assert. But it was just like the perfect example of why I don't use that. And believe nobody should use that. Okay. This should be good enough for add tag, remove tag, load tag. This should be good enough for our controller. Let's go ahead. I guess we could... Nothing else should have been touched, but let's just make sure. Yes, okay, good. Perfect. So a map editor was changed. What did we change in here? Why are you not loading whatever checks the difference inside of you? Whatever Git integration you have, I would like it to work, please. Show diff. Oh, tag directory was added. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Are you actually showing up here? Okay, yeah, you are. I'm just blind. All right. And then the config folder, map editor tags, editor lib screens, map editor tags. Yes. And the editor test tags. Yes. Wait. Did you get... Yeah, okay. Everything got in there. We will add a controller for the tags and testing for it as well. And also, we added the model in this. Oops. Controller for tags, add test. Just add testing as well. What is going on here? Ah, lovely. All right. Still waiting for my new case, but let's put you Make you quiet. Alrighty then. So. Now that we have that in place, up here in our state, we can create a tag controller. And he's going to need a file path, which will be tag directory, which you're not really a directory. You're a file path, really. Let's go ahead and get you imported. Okay. Because this isn't being used anymore, let's clean that up while we're here. Oh, wait. Okay. You're not used, but we cleared you and set you. Did stuff like that. Let's get rid of it then if it's not being used. The map state here needs to have a tag controller. Let's put you with the other controllers. Because we're going to put you inside a map state. And then you are me, like so. Okie dokie. So, let's tidy this up. Tag, tag, tag. Coordinates should be fine. Tag selector. We might need... Shouldn't need you right now. Connection model. So I think... Thinking about the state of things, I believe that I'm going to need to essentially wrap the set and delete, or the add and delete in this. How am I going to handle... Well, we don't have any UI for deleting yet. We can't put a delete in the... in the autocomplete, can we? I think that's just... It's just an iterable, whatever. This returns strings because this is an autocomplete for string. We could... Like, adding it won't immediately apply it. You're going to want to delete them eventually. I don't really want to build a whole widget just to manage your tags. We could do a thing where it goes through the maps and looks at the tags and deletes anything that isn't used. I don't necessarily want to do that, though. I could make this some kind of an object. I would like to not. Our options builder, text editing value, text selection and composing state. I mean, we can just build a quick editor, really, if we had to. Which just might have to be... I would really rather just put it in here, but... then I have to build a whole autocomplete widget of my own, and I just don't want to do that. That's too much. I'd rather just glue some widgets together and be happy. I have other things to do. If we go here and look at our, not our intro, it's close gym. Here we go. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to... What if we just did, okay, so we put like a question mark here or something. Or a little text, it's like manage or something here underneath that. And then and then we just let that be like a little pop-up. Maybe that's okay. We can add them automatically once we hit apply. That's not a problem. At least I don't think it is. Okay, so, but either way, I'm still going to need to wrap, kind of like we did with the map here, because we need to change notify on it. for all of our little friends listening. Save tile, handle connection, click. I suppose doesn't really matter, but we could just chuck them at the top here. Add tag. New tag. So this will take our tag controller, add tag, new tag, notify listeners. And this is going to look remarkably similar. Remove tag. Target tag. Remove tag. Notify listeners. And then when we save the map, yeah, we can do that here. Map controller, save map. Tag controller, save tags. Except we'll need to be careful about when we actually add them. So that we can roll back. Which is fine because we need to be able to reset the list anyway when we reset the form in our connection data. So we can build that here in a minute. But hey Terrace, how's it going? Tag list is this. And I think we can do that. We'll get rid of this. Which actually we need to go. Code in here, editor, config tags. We put you in this is the test. I don't need that open. Nor that right now. X selector, I don't need that. I need to go you. Tags, okay. So in here, let's go ahead and do I shouldn't do this. I should do it in here because then I'll get Did you not copy? Really? Okay, that's annoying. It'll help me out with my spacings automatically. So we do that. And we want to keep it in the same order, though. So let's go back here. North. Northeast. East. Southeast. Southeast. There we go. South. Southwest. West. Northwest. Like so. No closing or a trailing comma because it's JSON and it's weird. Okay. So now we should be able to get rid of you. I'll need to restart just to make sure it gets loaded. That's fine and dandy. Except for it won't be working because I need to do tag list like so. Okay. Connection tags, add new tag, but I also need to do in here, in my tag selector, I have on save on, what did I call you? Tag file, not you, tag selector, add tag to list. There's a callback for this, which takes string new tag. So I do map state add tag new tag. And I don't think I need to set state here because I've put you in there. You should, in theory, be in there. Let's also go ahead and... Oh, that's right. You don't want it to be leading underscore for some reason. Even though you're cool with that one being like that. This should actually be that, I think, and then it'll complain. I don't know why exactly, but we'll do what Dart wants to do. And now I can relaunch to be sure. Okay, map editor. We need to, instead of just writing this to ye old file, we should have an on save in here, right? Loading action button, delete connection, delete connection. I don't have an on save in here. What do I have in here? Is it your parent that wraps this, perhaps? This is drag stuff. Tags. On saved is on my form fields. But this guy... Or wait, no, it's on form field. So can I wrap you? Need to remember how I set this up. I believe the parent form effectively ends up wrapping around this. Connection tile form view. Connection data form. Do that. On change, set and say tile changes. Auto validate on. Unfocus. Ends up being up here, right? Form key, current state, validate. Current state, save. Save tile changes. Current state, save. And then save tile changes. It's just on save is driving it, I think. On changed, do that. Yeah, on saved. Okay, so I need to form field list of string. Where? Form field initial value builder. And then I should be able to do, okay. This should actually end up in the builder, I believe. So initial value is my tags. That state, and then return instead of the text field the tag selector, like so. Okay. I'm missing a, because you're a builder, missing a one of them and a one of that, I think. There we go. Get that squared away. I'm currently pursuing BCA Bachelor in Computer Application. I'm in 4 semesters. Which stack has more job possibilities? Don't know. It depends entirely upon your local job market. Very, very, very dependent. So, and like what you want to do, right? So, big old crusty businesses use Java and C# a lot. In the US, I've heard. In Germany, it's very similar. Newer companies are doing different stuff depending on what arena they play in. You see some Go, you see some Rust and stuff like that. You see a lot more TypeScript right now. But none of that really matters. What really matters is just knowing how to program, because you can learn from there. Okay, so form field, tag selector on save, except this is such a huge widget. It's getting so hard to read. I don't know how to fix that, though, or make it better, because everything kind of has to be where it is. Is MERN stack worth? Depends on your local market, man. You have to do job market research in your own area to know what is being sought after currently. It's not a non-stop. It's not a constant thing. It varies, right? Varies by location. Varies by industry you go into. It's very fluid. So we have an on save in there, but we also need on saved here for the form itself, right? And that's going to come with, and it won't be that. That's just for display. That's fine. Probably a nullable list value. And I guess we want to say if. If this isn't null, then we set this. Because of AI taking over, I'm afraid. I mean, I'm really tired of talking about AI. Any advice? Get good at doing stuff. Build some projects. Be more than somebody who could just glue crap together. Is there any way I can pull out? This thing is just too hard to work with right now. Flutter nesting or indentation makes code hard to read. Let's just do that. And hopefully, from where I am, US.NET Web, I find that while AI is pushed, the best thing about a dev is problem solving and generally your mind. Yeah. I'd avoid using AI. I'd avoid AI use while learning. Yep. You got to train your mind. I would agree. Just got in. The first thing I hear is AI. Yeah. That's why I'm so tired of talking about it, because it's everywhere. It's all anybody wants to talk about. Let's see here. Because I know you're not really supposed to return widgets in separate functions. It's not. None of this is helpful. I find people encountering the same problem. Widgets or methods. I guess I could put widgets in the same. Should I extract a widget into the same file? How am I today? I'm all right. We're just making some progress here. Just tackling this annoying indentation. Flutter code formatting is the worst. Yeah, I don't like how indented it is, but that's just kind of like a front end thing where there's a lot of nesting that happens, and like it makes sense that it's that way, but it's getting hard to read here, and that's just not a good thing. Flutter caches widgets. So I guess I could extraction as methods instead of as new widgets. Okay, so that's the thing I was trying to remember. So you don't want to do a method that returns a widget, but you are allowed to put a widget in. So I could, in theory, help some of this. But the thing is, like, it's very nested because I have to have a layout builder and I have to have a drag target and all this other good stuff, and a mouse region and a focused reversal group. I mean, I guess it makes the individual things easier to read. So there's that. Let's start on that because this is just driving bonkers. So theoretically, I should be able to, in here, do, not there, down here. I'm just going to do the ID widget now. It's kind of a trivial example, but so here's the problem with any of these is I have to pass in everything that they need, right? And that's why I haven't been doing this before. This is easy because it only takes a text, a UUID. So I can cut you out entirely. You can come here. Widget, build context, context, like so. All that, all this, that, return you, and then I need, you can be a const because you're just going to have final string ID required this dot ID. What are you mad about? Oh, you want to be lowercase? Fine, whatever. You can be lowercase, I guess. I can leave that. That'll be fine. And then up here where I pulled you out, builder, right here. I can do ID widget. ID is this, like that, right? And I guess it gets better on a more complicated one. In that the argument list is shorter. It's still kind of crap. I don't super love it. It's the fact that they're not reusable is the part that just drives me crazy, right? And there's just no good in between. And I don't think that the Dart plugin here. So just for funsies, I don't know if this. I can extract a widget. Except for that went away before I could read it. Extract a widget expression or method returning a widget. Okay, that's not super helpful to me. What happened there? Is that the song, or did my headphone just... Oh. It's the volume knob. There we go. You're back. Welcome back. How's everything? And like ID widget was just a silly... This is too simple of a widget to really want to extract, but I guess it does kind of condense it a little bit. We could pull this out. I don't know if I'm going to hate this or not. I might. This needs to be stateless. It needs string label and coordinate. I guess I could give it that. This dot labels required. This dot coordinates required. Build context, you return. That is that. One of them. Done. This becomes coordinate to string. What are you happy about? You don't really? You should be imported already. Doing my job, I was thinking about HTTP template. Okay, I think I came up with last week allows you to a template HTTP request in framework language agnostic way. Instead of giving people examples with curl, wget, js, fetch, etc., you can provide them with HTTP snippet. Like, but then, all of those things need to speak this snippet template language, right? For it to work with other tools. And this needs to not be that anymore. Oop, wait. Yes. This needs to be label. But I need to put you... No, that should be fine. Why... Constant creation must be constant oh. Right, because that's not a constant anymore. That's why. There we go. So conversion from HTTP TD curl wget JS fetch would follow up. Okay, I see. ID widget. This gets replaced. What did I just call you? Coordinate widget. So coordinate widget label in this case is going to be origin, and then the coordinate for you, connection.origin point. It'll handle the stringing for me. We can do that. That's fine. You get replaced with the same thing. Destination. Coordinate for you is widget connection destination point. Yeah, that can be posted. That's fine. API users, yada, yada, yada. Did you mean to paste that in there? I would deny the duplicate, but I'll delete it if you didn't mean to put it in there. Like if you want, if your intention is for API documentation, then you should probably use OpenAPI, because that is like the standard the world has already decided to adopt, right? Would look like a raw HTTP request plus templating. Right. So this sort of syntax is basically what like Postman already uses. It uses environmental variables for whenever you set up. I think Insomnia does the same thing. Coordinate widget. Okay, so sidebar form field tags. So this is where it starts to get big, right? If we were to extract tags, which is admittedly kind of huge, and put you into a tags widget. Oops. Let's first I don't know if you can be stateless as part of the problem. Brain fart. Already did that part. Super key. Override. Widget build. We need build context. You. Okay. Now, the end of this, I need one of them, and I need a little bit of that. Okay. And you need to return and then this well, it wouldn't be a final though. That's the problem with this. So this would have to be a stateful widget in its own right. Which, I mean, we can. And then we do state tag widget. Create state tag widget state, like so. And then it needs an onSave function to be provided to it. that, right? We should be able to do this. That's nullable. This just becomes widget tags. If that's not null, then we build this. We do the same thing. Autocomplete options is tag list. We could actually, because this provider traverses the context, we could put this here. Map state tag controller tags, like so. Only nesting Batman? Yep, we were just talking about that. And how Flutter just does that. That's why we're experimenting with pulling these out into widgets in the same file, even though they're not really reusable in a lot of cases. One of them was, kind of, but just because it's becoming difficult to read them in the big function, just because of how many things we need to wrap everything in just to make it work. So tag selector. So our callback here actually wouldn't need to be a callback anymore. We can do, well, we need our map state in here, which is probably okay. We can do that, and then this perhaps, so that map state add tag is still there. There's no shot Flutter doesn't have some sort of guard clause pattern. I don't know what that is. You would have to elaborate. I'm not a front end guy. I just play one sometimes. This needs to actually be think because it's nested, our on save still works. But this let's do case win if A case X win. Yeah, Dart is full of guard clauses. Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of thought, but like it didn't make any sense. Like how that would solve my problem here. Is it Ball of Martyr multi-user dungeon? Multi-user dungeon. Front end guard clause being where instead of saying if not equals null something, you instead if null return and save an indent. That wouldn't save me anything really. We want Dart has a lot of ternaries for stuff like that. So for example, the right here, if my widget tags that I get are null, or not equal to null rather, I build this indented widget, otherwise I return null. It wouldn't front end is awful, yes. But the thing that Dart has going for it is that it's not JavaScript. So there's that. Why are you... Oh, you know, because I didn't finish this. That's why. Derp. So we need like current tags. And I don't think I can do this. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I need to do you as a late. And let's spell it correctly just for fun times. And then we can override in its state here. Current tags equals to widget tags. You can be null here. That way we're not modifying the state until we click apply. This can be current tags instead. Initial value is current tags. And when I mentioned it, I assumed this was not front-end code. Ignore my waffling. No, that's all good. You got my interest. I'm a front-end dev. My condolences. I'm just joking. and actually looking to start jumping off to build an engine. Cool. What kind of engine are you trying to build? And then you cannot be that because we want to make sure that we base it on the current tags in the state of the editor as we see it, which will help with our indenting kind of just by accident. You can't be nil if I'm in here. Oops. There we go. Okay. And then the on save, this is going to need I don't know if setting this can't be used right because it's a final, right? That does make sense. I would need a callback. I do have you already in there. On save. Actually, this is... Yeah, this is the form version. on save is not null, then we go ahead and do on save and give it value. But this would actually need to be a list, yeah. List of strings. I'm not convinced that value is going to be correct, though. Instead, I'm going to base it on current tags. We already found that there were troubles with that. And you can't be null. We just checked you. Honestly stuck between two ideas. Gotcha. Okay. What are your two ideas? If you care to share. If not, that's fine. Sometimes you're not ready yet. I get it. And then this needs to not be that, but be current tags, which can't be null if we're in here. Either bun fork to use Zig for main language and TypeScript for scripting like Lua and C. Second one is for card games like TCG. Hoping to make it ECS based, even though AI has told me it's overkill. Well, I don't know what AI says, and I don't really care. I guess the question that I would have for you is, do you want to make the engine or do you want to make the games? Like, what's the primary purpose, right? Because that is going to inform you on what you're going to do, right? And if you want to make it ECS, if you want to make an engine because that's what you want to do, and if you want to make it ECS because you're trying to learn stuff, then that's the most compelling reason to do it, right? Okay, so there's that for now, and that needs to get prettied up. But for now, it can be there, and it's much easier to read when it's nested like this instead of up above. But, yeah. Okay, so I need an on save for you, but here's the other problem. Well, I guess it's probably fine. Okay, now that we get that out of there, we can replace this with the tag widget. Okay. You need tags, which is going to be widget connection tags. And engine and game are different developments. Yeah, it's true. When I started this project, I thought it would be fun to build the engine, which is why I wanted to do it. The desire to build a game with it followed, of course, but like, I wanted to learn about the engine or building an engine. And it's been very educational. You list string new val, let's just say that tags equals new val, regardless of what new val is. Okay. If our form field then goes in trash because we moved you, this is, as much as I hate it, helpful. Most likely ECS because it's more learning. Yeah, that's fine. I care less about making the game and more for learning to build scaling software. The game would just be a plus. Yeah. Yeah. That's, to my brain, that sounds like exactly the time when it's a good idea to build an engine. Okay. So let's finish extracting these because it is proving to be valuable, even though it just seems so silly. Let's see, is there anything else that we could generalize? Not really. Maybe. Maybe. Let's start with one. State did change value. This has to be stateful too, though. Ugh, gross. All right. Let's see. This seems like an interesting channel topic. I'll check back another time. Cool. What is a mud game engine? Here you go. Present for you. As soon as Nightbot wakes up. There you go. All right. I want, if I can, to collapse some of these into one. Let's try. This is for an enter. Let's do this. And I'm pretty sure. Well, maybe we can get away with stateless here. Context, return all of this junk like so. And then we also need that fella there. How many programming languages do you know, and why did you choose Go for your game engine? Just curious. I have worked with Go, I have worked with Dart, I have worked with C, I've worked with Python, I've done a little bit of JavaScript, I've done a little bit of TypeScript, I've done some C#, and Java in the ancient times. So for certain values of no, a lot, I don't really value like language knowledge myself. Like, I don't really care what language you have written before. Do you know how to program or do you not, right? So I always approach it from that direction. And why did I choose Go? Because I like Go. It's the only reason. I just enjoy working with it. So you need a controller. We could put your controller in here, but. You would have to definitely be stateful for that. I 99, yeah, it's got to be. Thanks, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. But if we can do this, actually, it would clean up that top widget a lot. So let's just keep pushing this thought and seeing if it ends up betraying us or not. And maybe there's things that I was just overlooking that can be reused. Create state. Transit message widget. Create state. Return transit message state. Okay. If we did... We need an on saved. And it can't be null here. This could, sorry, the string can't be null. The function could be. This on save. And I guess we can call you initial value. And you're empty if you don't give me one. We would need to override this if we're to move down our text controller. We copy with that, but... Wait, no. What is the init state? You are void, okay. Losing my mind. Value. Why is my IntelliSense so jank today? Value copy with text being widget initial value on init. Okay. We need also for you to give me a label. And I guess it can be empty if you don't give me one. That won't be constant anymore, but that's fine. This becomes, oops, that on reset, on saved. I think we're gonna swap this around, but Label. Let's rename you. Here can just be text controller because you're being more generic now. On saved, let's chuck that. And say if widget on save is not null, then we're going to go ahead and call it on save with the current text controller text. And you can't be null. I literally just checked to make sure of that. Okay. So in theory, up here I should be able to get rid of enter message here. Replace you with transit message widget. Your label is enter message. Your initial value can be widget connection transit enter. On save, new val widget dot connection transit enter equals new val, right? How was I doing this before? Ever validator, that's already, well, that should be squared away inside of here. Let me double check. Yes. So we do that already. How protects, yes. On saved. If it's not empty, which I guess we should technically double check. It shouldn't be allowed to be. But connection, yeah, that's how we used to set it. Okay, so let's just double check. If new val is not empty, go ahead and do that. Like so. That should clean up enter message. Exit message. We should be able to do the same widget. Exit message. Initial value should be widget dot connection transit exit. And then on save, string new val, like so. Same deal. If new val is not empty, widget connection transit exit equals new val. And then we can get rid of all this. Can I get rid of some more indenting here, I wonder? If I was to all column, could break you out into like a column display widget maybe, but It's still way too nested for my liking. Could maybe even break it out here. Let's just continue on with what we're doing first, though. Let's also actually go ahead and do this. Do a hot reload here. A hot restart, whatever you want to call it. Map editor. Whoops. If I click on the right thing, it'll help. Let me make sure. Yeah. Foo. And if I was to do this and apply, it would still validate. I can still reset. Yeah, everything is getting correctly applied. It's this one, right? No, this one. Yeah. I haven't broken anything, so we're gonna roll with it. So because this is gonna look actually basically the same, this could actually become like a text field widget. Let's call you. And then you become text field widget state. That will clean this up a lot. Text field widget, you, text field widget label is exit description. Initial value is widget dot connection exit description. On save, string new val like so. If it's not empty, dot connection dot exit description equals new val like so. That cleans up you like so. DCs are going to be different though, so we'll need a widget for them. We can also though get rid of these guys. That's a good thing. Which means we can also get rid of this and this. And actually probably this. And label text can stay. Hey, thanks for a follow. I appreciate that. Snuck up on me there. Where are we at here? Let's actually do a quick break. I need to use the restroom, open a window, and get a beverage all at the same time. So it's a great time for you to stretch out as well. I'll be right back. And then we'll finish this. There we go. Beverages acquired. It's hot out there today, but hopefully a little airflow will make it a little less stuffy. All right. So, these guys have to be stateful as well, I think. Because they're going to rely on this. But these are the only things using map state still, I think. Yeah. So... Ooh, accept draggable. We'll have to do something about this. What if they just run on a string copy, which probably is fine. And then on a drag drop, we could still change that, which should change the child widgets, I think. We'll find out. But first and foremost, DC widget should be fine. Extend stateful widget. Get you like so. Class DC widget state extends state DC. Ooh. DC widget. Override widget build context. Because I didn't copy it yet. Can do that just as a placeholder so we can get you in here. Override create state DC widget. Turn DC widget state like so. Okay. Let me copy you now. Text field widget, okay. Still need that though. Turn this instead. And then you. In here, say map state equals context watch. Not capitalized. Map state like so. We're still doing a value key here. Should be fine. The connection spot DC is a connection data. Okay. That's fine. Because we feed you through. What was the type of that? You're not a connection. You're a difficulty check. That makes more sense. difficulty check DC, sure. This dot DC. You can be nullable because we handle that as we go. You also need an on save, right? Unmodified, we set the state. How are we rolling that back? Unmodified. We have the skill controller so that we can look up the skills. We're just setting state on you. Why did we do that when over here we do other things? There was a reason, I'm sure. Not you, but you. On a reset, we set the value. That has to do with the way the text controller works, I'm pretty sure. But putting them into the widget actually cleans that up, tidies it up a bit. My concern is how to get this wired up correctly in that sort of sense, then. Because value key is just going to be widget DC here. Widget DC, we check you for null. If not, we give you to the drop down. And then here is the problem, because it's final. We would have to... You should be stateful, right? Maybe we can get away with a stateless here. Even though... Because it's just a wrapper for this widget, essentially. We do need a label to come in. Hang on one second, I'll be right back. Thought I saw somebody walking around. It was just FedEx with my mail. My camera has gone blurry. You're not even supposed to be automatically focusing. What are you doing with your life, camera? Let's fix you really quick. This should... There we go. There we go. All right. Label you label oh yep, widget label, there we go. We can I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try making you stateless widget, like so. If we spell it correctly, it'll work better. There we go. So I do this. Because this takes a DC, we could possibly oh no, that would have to be stateful to do that, but we could final on save. This gets a difficulty check. This is nullable. On save. We say if on save isn't null, then we'll go ahead and call on save with value. What's going on here? What are you? Oh. Duh. Total brain fart. There we go. And then we can move this inside of here as well, I believe. You see, you don't need that anymore. What are you? This needs to be this could return null. So we'll set that as well. And then you can't be null, we just checked that. Alright, what do we got? That. I think I'm missing none of them. Yes. I think that got all jumbled up. No, I'm not missing one of those. That's that. This goes here. Oop. I need another squirrely bracket. There we go. And we need that. This goes away. Got one extra of them. There we go. Sort out all that mess. Okay, so this seems to be okay. Let's try replacing it here. DC widget, label spot DC, DC widget connection spot spot DC, like so. On save, this is difficulty check, new val. We say widget connection spot DC equals new val. And we do the same. We get rid of all this now. That onModified might... No, we'll find out. We need another DC widget. Label for you. Use DC. DC. Widget connection. Use DC. On save. Same deal. Difficulty check. New val. Widget connection. Use DC. Equals new val, like so. Clean this up. All that. There. Okay. Now we need to fix our drag drop stuff. So we have this connection. The reset button in the form, I think, reselects. It's my tag stuff. Reset selected tile. Set selected tile. This UI location. So I think it's okay. The thing we don't want to do is modify the connection object under the hood without hitting apply. That's the wrinkle in all this. And I may not have done this in the smartest way, but this should go away. Right? Oh no, I need that. That stays. Which actually means that... That's why this was like this. Which is fine. This is supposed to be lowercase. Like so. That's why it didn't complain about the underscore, because it was a late. When we save changes, we come in here and we reselect to update the UI. So that should still be fine. I think we can get away with override the init state. Here we do late string I need the 3 enter, exit, and description. Because I need to be able to drag drop. Enter message, string, exit, message, late string, description. Let's do exit description. And then in my init, enter message is equal to connection Actually, these need to be nullable. Because this could be null in here. Oop. Seriously? Fingers? Wake up. Not that. Connection. Wait, no. Widget connection. Enter. Whoop. Transit enter. There we go. Exit message is widget connection transit exit. There we go. Exit description is widget connection exit description. Perfect. Hang on one second. I need to send this. I saw that message there. Check your Discord. Okay, so now we've got that. Totally. All this needs to now use those. I think we can get away with this. Not the coordinates. Because those aren't writable. It's only our description stuff. Enter message here. Initial value goes to enter message. On save is fine. We can still send that. Oh, but you can't be... What? Oh, it's if you don't... So we default you to nothing. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. I think it would be this. No, that's not the correct syntax. There is a null aware thing, but we can also just do this and just give it an empty string if we don't have. That. We can do those things. And this will be exit message. You double check here really quick. Okay, that's fine. All well and good. And then our description here. I haven't used Go with a UI for desktop apps before. How do you like integrating Go with Dart? Would you recommend it after building with it for a while? Good question. And hello there, Mr. Trevor. How are you? My integration is almost non-existent, right? The editor writes config files that the server will then read. So I didn't worry about any inter-process communication or anything like that. Initially, I was using Cogent, which is a Go library, UI library that's very Flutter inspired, but it's just not mature enough, right? So I needed something to replace it with. I wanted to stay with a newer engine, or a newer language rather, that has good build tooling for cross-platform building. And being Flutter inspired kind of really pointed me heavily towards Flutter to kind of at least have a little bit of a leg up, right? And I didn't want to do an Electron app either, so there's that. So that's kind of how I wound up in Flutterland. As for recommending Flutter and Dart in general, it's hard to say, right? It depends on what you're trying to do. Flutter really wants to be a mobile-first language or framework, which sometimes has sharp edges. We ran into some just the other day with the way the auto complete widget functions, where it's weird for a desktop app. That being said, the ability to build for desktop, cross-platform, theoretically build for mobile, there would still be a lot of code you'd have to add, I think, to really manage the experience on both. I haven't really tried it, but I can see where there would be some friction, I think. But it has the advantage of not being React or something like that, right? I don't have to write JavaScript or TypeScript, which I like. I like Dart a lot more. But there's also strange behaviors in kind of the way Flutter represents itself, displays itself. Like some things that you would expect to be selectable aren't, because it's not really a native widget. It's its own thing. Flutter does its own thing. It has a canvas it draws on, right? So there's a lot of good and a lot of bad. As far as things that I have built GUIs with, it's pretty decent. But I haven't also done stuff like Qt or GTK, I think it is. And the whole reason I didn't do that here is that the tooling. I didn't want to mess with tooling and make files and all that. I just wanted to type build with a platform and hopefully get a binary that works. If I was going to integrate, you would almost have to do like named pipes or something. And I don't know, like my Go-loving heart says that I would want to try it because I still like Go more than Dart. But there's not a lot of, like, the value proposition isn't there if you're just trying to build a desktop app to introduce another language. Unless there's a really compelling reason, you know? It would be a hard sell, I think. Okay, these guys right here, because we're in the same widget, we should be able to intermessage equals intermessage that we get from the draggable instead of that. Exit message is widget connection default exit message. Okay, yeah. This needs to be... I don't need this anymore. I can just do this. Like so. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. And then I don't need to do those. We're just modifying the DCs in place. And I believe that they keep their own state. I think that's why it looks weird. Valid drag is false. Oh yeah, that's the variable for the display stuff. Okay, so theoretically, let's just go ahead and re-hot load that. Theoretically, everything should be back to working. It's kind of a big theory. So if I change something, I can roll it back still. If I leave and come back, that's still gone. Okay. If I apply the change, it does get preserved. Let's reset you just to be clean about it. If I was to change my DC, why didn't you? I think that's an existing bug, actually. But if I would change that and go out and back in, they don't get persisted. Okay, cool. And if I was to reset, it would get reset. All right, yes. So that all still works. If I was to do that, oh, right, yes. And then go grab you. That doesn't get applied because I would need to... Wait a minute, that got... Description didn't get, right? Hang on. The default exit message... Let me reset this. We'll make sure... That... Apply you. Okay, now... Okay, so it's only the description that didn't work. So that must mean I messed up. Use default exit message. Enter missing. Where did you come? Where did you go? Where were you originally? You were right here. I just missed it. Okay. The exit description equals draggable exit description. There we go. This actually doesn't need to be that either. We can just directly assign to that. Let's try this again, shall we? Actually, just make you big. There we go. I should, though. You already changed, but you need to be changed. Okay. Yep, that's correct. I need to drag you into here. That didn't work. If I applied you... Yeah, that didn't work. Okay. And I think... I believe... that we need to call set state after we do this. To tell it that those things have changed and to rebuild its widgets. We can also double check and see... Just reset this really quick to be sure. No, still didn't apply. Why would that not? It's because it only set it on init, that's why. So that's my mistake. But I'm afraid that... I don't know if I need this or not. We'll take it out for a second. I'm afraid that if I don't do the on init, but instead do not tag widget, we'll take a look at you later. It's going to be text field widget. If I instead set this value in build, I think I have problems when I'm updating the form. And let's go ahead and do a hot reload here to be sure. There we go. Be sure we got everything nice and up to date inside here. Nothing getting held on to from the old state. So there was like a lag there, and I don't remember if that's the rebuild or not. Go there, and then I'll come here, and then you... Hang on, these didn't... Just slow down and look at what I'm doing better. You, apply. Okay, those went away when I did that. That's a problem. So, that breaks things. And now I gotta remember... Let's put you back up into init for a second. Our on save stuff. Does the DC save correctly? We modify that. Go out and back in. That does change. Okay. Let's reset you. It's only these fellers. And I think... I think it's just the widgets getting cached is my problem. They're not getting the new state. We could try. Text field widget, enter message. We can do a value key, string, enter message to tell it to rebuild whenever that changes. Ooh, that's... I guess it can be nullable for that, right? And that'll only change when the parent... let's actually just make sure we have a hot rebuild go here. Um, so if I was to apply that, well, now all of them are staying in place. It's weird. Okay, well, if I drag you in... Oh, wrong way. Connection to the connection. Then those two get applied. But I only did... What's going on? I only added you to enter message, right? Yeah. So why are these two behaving? And this one is an exit description. Because I forgot. That's why. Picnic, as usual. This needs to be, if this is not null, exit description or an empty string. Otherwise, you can't be null if you're here. I just checked you. Okay, let's try that. Reset you. And we'll do a hot reload here real quick too. Just to be sure. We're working with the current goodness. So, foo, bar, baz, apply. Okay, they stuck. Okay, they're still there. Connections comes in. Whoop. Yep, that's right. It's correct. It doesn't go there. It goes here. And then that fixes them back up. Saving works. Okay, I think we're actually good. Think that we... There is that little hitch there while it rebuilds to unsaved changes, but I think that's okay. I think that's probably a debug performance drop more than anything else. Which means that we can get rid of this commented stuff because we did pull it off. And that we don't need set state here, which I kind of didn't think we did. Because of the draggable machinery, I thought it was updating. So we get all that in there. And that does clean this up an awful lot. And because this is only when we init state on that, I think we're okay. We do need to fix, and like I said, I think it was an existing bug, but the second DC widget not updating when we changed. That's probably going to be in this drop-down widget. Because when we change self-selected item, controller items map, all of that. You're only enabled if the DC copy skill ID is not null. Where's my on selected? If skill is not equal to null, skill ID becomes that. We do all these things. call on modified if it's appropriate. How much time did you spend to learn Go for developing your game engine? I learned Go before. I'd worked with it a little bit over the years, and then I did it for a full-time job for like a year and a half. It's a pretty simple language. It's pretty enjoyable. This isn't Go. This is Dart. Just so we're clear, because this is the editor code. This is engine code. I think we need a set state in here. Wait, what's the correct order? Oh, there we go. Why are you an arrow funk? I don't know. Probably don't want you to be one. Probably just want a regular old function here. Tidy this up really quick. Okay. It's weird that it worked on the 1 though, but that would have rebuilt because it fired the parent state. Simple like Python, kind of. It is Python-like in its speed to learn and write. It's a little bit more difficult, I think, than Python, if I had to guess. I learned Python first, actually. So it has pointers. I don't think Python does, but I could just be forgetting. You know, squirrely braces and error returns, errors as values, and a couple other little things that are kind of a little bit of a leg up over Python in terms of not really a leg up, but an increase in the difficulty curve, I guess. And you got to think about structs, which are, you know, kind of a foreign concept to anybody who hasn't worked with a language that uses them so heavily. In fact, I once saw somebody had made, I don't remember the channel at all now, but they made a video about how Go made them think differently about programming because of the use of structs and how everything is kind of just a struct in Go. They said they started thinking more about the data in the program, which was an interesting take. I had kind of always thought about it that way, but I could see where they were coming from. Okay, all of this stuff here I think is okay. Let's make sure we get nice shiny new. So I believe that when we change the first DC here, it was triggering the dirty state for the form to pop up. So it turned this on because the whole thing got rebuilt just incidentally. But the second time, it wasn't firing. But now that should work. And if we apply, we got 4 and 7. We come back. We still have our 4 and 7. If we were to drop U in place, it would overwrite them. We go back to nothing. Tags are being overwritten by that, which is not ideal. But we can fix that. We can fix that indeed. Why would you be adding a southeast tag? Let's reset that really quick. This template shouldn't have any tags. Well, actually, maybe. maybe that would be okay. But it shouldn't be in right now. But let's also do... What do we change in here? Oh yeah, we cleaned up that unused. That's what we did. Let's do a commit, 'cause we got a whole chunk of work here that is good. It has been good work. So we got our tags. Oh, I wanted to check that. We had you open. I closed you though. Okay, yeah. Just the manual stuff. We didn't save anything in there yet. Hello, Mr. Mongoose, my fellow nonsense enjoyer. Why, hello, Mr. Crusho. How are you doing today? How is all of the everything? Okay. Yeah. Case of the squirrel brain today, I tell ya. Okay, so tags, yes. Connection data form, yes. Map editor, yes. Drop down, yes. Actually, I think it's staged. Just double check, yes. We're gonna kick you out for a second. We're gonna say add the tag controller to map state, refactor the connection form to be more readable than those indentations. And then we can add you set state in the widget when we change or select something. Ensure we turn on the number field if appropriate. We'll push those up. Okay. Tags. Tags, 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 tags. Now we can get back to tags, which is what started this whole thing. Unsave current tags. So how would current tags end up getting changed on a drop? Busy with work, wasted 2 days on DNS just to learn that domain controller has both bipolar disorder, is schizophrenic, and has multiple personalities. Oh, you're using Windows. There's another guy on YouTube that has a shirt for you. Doing some spring cleaning in free time. Excellent. I think it's this one. Yeah, here you go. He's got a shirt for you. Okay. our drop wouldn't have... Because the drop is a... We probably need to look in... Skim the stream a bit. Flutter is actually pretty okay. Yes. Flutter app runs decent on my 2007 Intel Atom laptop with 1 gig of RAM. Definitely better than Electron crap. I mean, yeah, the bar there is pretty low to clear, but that's good to know for sure. I just hate, at a fundamental philosophical level, I hate Electron. No win, just have to communicate with it. Gotcha. Yeah, DNS sucks, dude. I hate DNS. I hate needing to mess with DNS. And every time I have worked someplace that had like a DevOps platform team, somebody would break something in DNS. One time I spent like days chasing a bug in the end-to-end testing, and I just could not figure out why it would fail. And I finally wound up crawling through the code on the application side instead of the test side, realizing that it was trying to reverse lookup the test servers, which didn't exist because they changed all the runners. And so I said, oh, well, finally, at long last, this is somebody else's problem. And so I put in a ticket to them to change, to fix the DNS that they had broken. And everybody tried to push it back onto me. And I'm like, no, I'm not the DNS guy. And I don't want to touch it because then I'll be forever the DNS guy. Yeah, Jeff, I watched his videos. He's interesting. Yeah, he does, like, I'm not a huge Pi guy. Like, I have an old Pi that I got and played around with a little bit. I'm just not that guy that dreams of my phone being a laptop, you know? And Pis are really adjacent to that. So I'm just not that guy. But it's interesting to see the things he gets up to sometimes. Okay, tags. In our drag drop, where we had the accept drop function here, accept draggable, connection template draggable. Connection template has no opinions on tags, right? Yeah, because we haven't added them here. We don't know if we will or not. So why would dragging in be changing tags? And it's only dragging, I think. Go back to our connection. Oh, no, okay. So that didn't change them. What is changing them? That didn't change them. Let's reset you. I would know I saw Southeast come up in here somehow. Was it this? No, you're still there. Now you've been moved to Southeast. Like, how did that happen? So that'd be in the saving code, unfortunately. Would have to be. And it's just not getting state updated. Because we rely on that directly. And we probably shouldn't be... Well, we put the state in here, didn't we? For this, current tags, yeah. And that's passed in from our current state. We only change it on init. Which should be okay. Well, maybe not. I'm okay with DNS, just hate Microsoft implementation. Yeah, and waiting for TTL, yeah. Raspberry Pi's biggest strength, in my opinion, is GPIO. You finally have a simple interface to communicate with the devices in the real world. Yeah, that's true. I haven't really done a whole lot with that either. I just haven't had a need. Don't have any devices to GPIO. But I could see that, yeah. And that's where I would reach for something like that, or the other one. What's the other? Arduino. Which I don't remember if Arduinos have GPIO, but, you know, small, little bitty controller site type things. I could absolutely see the use case there, and would probably find them a lot more interesting and valuable if I worked in that space at all. If you use it as any other computer, it has its strength and power usage, yeah. But it's just like any other computer with its own set of problems to deal with, yeah. But that's just kind of like where most of the hobbyist Pi content lies, right? Is in using them to run computer things. And I'm just... It's hard for me to fill that niche in my brain. Like, if I needed a small, simple server, like, almost for the same price, you can get a mini PC that has way more juice. It'll use a little bit more juice, but it has way more juice, right? And then you can have a lot of servers. Okay. In fact, that reminds me, I think mine is still turned on. I should turn it off if I'm not going to use it. Or I should use it. Find a use for it. But anyway. Tags. Where are my tags getting the idea? I don't think we do any checking. We just do a hot reload here. I don't think we do any checking when we save. We just write the current state as it be. So, if this is in save code, theoretically, if I hit apply, it does change it to southeast. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely in the save code. Crap. Unfortunate. Let's reset that. Or not the save code, but the, you know, the apply code. So let's go close these guys for now. Map controller. It's gonna be in here. It won't be in save. It'll be in it'll be up here. Update tiles where it'll be. And it's gonna be, if we come into here and I was to apply, let's double check. So it's only east and it's only west. If I apply here, go back in, this becomes southeast, yeah. Southeast. Both of them become southeast. Interesting. Okay. So it's definitely in the connection saving itself. These days, for normal low-power computing, I reach for a mini PC. Yeah, that runs an Intel N100 over Raspberry Pi. Yeah. I did build a small automated plant watering system using the GPIO pins on Raspberry Pi W. Nice. $80 investment in Raspberry Pi beats any cloud offering. Yes and no. like Hetzner is pretty cheap, right? And then you get offsite and backups and things. Well, the ability to have backups and things. You get data center reliability, and then you don't have to set up like Tailscale or something like that to get access to your stuff if you're not at home, if you care. Uh, it comes with the need to then set up good security and all that because you're exposing things to the internet, but mixed bag. But yeah, the mini PCs are very, very compelling. Like, let's see here. Let's do Amazon mini PC. Let's see here. Like the fancy ones get a little bit more expensive. I guess everything's gone up now, right? Trying to remember what I have. I want to say premium brands. What's a premium brand? It looks like really a lot like that, but it certainly wasn't that much. These are Asus. I want to say like B-Link? Is that a thing? That is a thing. Yeah, like this one's 269. $299. They used to be cheaper. What are you looking for? Oh, we're just talking about mini PCs. Let's see here. You missed previous message about Docker containers. Maybe you want to build Docker containers for ARM on the cheap. Did I miss? I don't see anything about Docker containers in the messages. Yeah, it didn't send apparently. Oop. Where'd you go? You just didn't register my drag. There we go. Mini PCs are very cool. The thing is, I have enough of x86 hardware. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, if you got like stuff lying around that's usable, then that's the obvious answer for sure. What are the Pis going for now? Yeah, so like you can buy a kit Raspberry Pi for $239 per Pi 5, right? They're a little cheaper if you only do just the board, but like you're going to need all of these things if you don't already have them by, happen to have them lying around. So you're $200 in, you might as well spend an extra, 80 and get a bigger thing usually if you don't have hardware laying around. All right. We're done with those for now, for sure. But yeah, if you wanted to build stuff for ARM, I guess on the cheap, that would be. If you already had the other bits and pieces, I could see that. I guess, and if it's ARM, you need anyway. I'm not aware of whether or not there's a lot of Docker ARM stuff going on these days or not. Raspberry Pi 4, 4B, 4.3 are also pretty useful. Use on 5. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can look. Why not? Let's open that up again. And look for Pi 4. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you don't have cases and stuff, you're at 150, so a little better. I don't really know how they stack up these days. And then if you go all the way back to 3, yeah, 3s are a lot cheaper. 3s start to become more compelling, in my opinion, if you don't need horsepower. You. Update tile. So it happens either case, and I believe update room ends up calling update connection data, right? Clear. Update adjacent connection tiles. Update connection tile. So it's got to be an update connection tile, right? That I have made my boo-boo. Oh, I guess it's update connection data. But this ends up using the same stuff, I'm pretty sure. No? Update connection data. Update room. Update room, update room. Update adjacent connection tiles. It's weird that it's southeast, too. Like, that wouldn't be the first index. The thing is, I run my stack on AWS, and I can reduce my costs significantly by using ARM VMs. Ah. Testing and building Docker containers is much cheaper on Raspberry Pi than on the cloud. Yeah, that makes sense. My deployment costs. Yeah. I could see that for sure. I didn't even know that they are offering ARM servers these days. Kind of crazy. This ends up using update connection tile, which doesn't end up using... This is deleting... Well, that kind of throws the theory that it has to be from one source out the window a little bit. Because they use different... Unless you happen to use update connection tile. No, you don't. Let me make sure. Save tile changes. Oh yeah, they're pushing ARM hard. Huh, interesting. It costs them less in power. Yeah, they could put more hardware in the same rack place. Are they smaller? Because the things I've seen where they, I think it's been on Jeff's channel, I think. But like the servers, blades are almost the same size, if not bigger, because they have to have a massive die to get performance out of them. But those could have been like special in a different way that I'm not recalling off the top of my head, I suppose. They also have their own brand of ARM processor, something like Graviton, if I remember correctly. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that either. I don't really follow the ARM world very closely, apparently. So, connection data, clear connection, otherwise update tile gets called. Where is the commonality in here? Because it happens in both. AWS builds their own hardware for data centers. Well, like, there's hardware, and then there's, like, CPUs, right? And other silicon and stuff. And I don't really know anything about what they get up to. I'm not really a DevOps guy either, so like I don't really follow the data center stuff so closely either, I guess. I know that Google's been making their own hardware for like network stuff for a long time. There was like a famous internet famous story of some dude that got a package one day. He's like, I didn't order anything, and opened it up, and it was some kind of a strange switch he'd never seen before, or switch-like creature. And he like posted it online, like, "What is this? Anybody know?" And people are like, "Yeah, that's like super secret Google stuff," and they want it back. So I guess the only thing to do is to follow this. I'm not a data center guy, just following the money. Right. It's true. That's true. I don't like where the money leads to these days, so I've been paying a little less attention to that. And chasing a better deal? Yes. That's a good plan. Better deal, better employer, chase that nonstop. Because especially recently, it has been really impressed upon me how important that is, because loyalty be dead. Connection data, current object connections. To delete add, okay. So we build up our little list, clear connection, but we didn't do that. Room to update. Connection table, connection data, UUID. I guess it could be in the form still. You should be an empty list, though. We do that, we update adjacent connection tiles. We update the connection tile. Adjacent tile is this. If it's null, we delete it. Probably just gonna have to debug this. If it's a room, which is where connections live, so that makes sense. This connection tile, update connection, which is that, okay. Connection data in adjacent tile connections. The position is hardware is cheap, so everybody's building their own, like telecoms with set-top boxes. Interesting. Like the telecom stuff is usually branded though, or like it not branded, but like a big supplier. Big companies get better deals when they buy it. Yeah, yeah. Opposite room. This connection tile update connection calls you again, which would be implemented, and we've seen this happen on horizontal and vertical. There's no reason to believe it wouldn't happen on diagonals. We poor peasants have to work with what we have. Yes, true. And here in the US, recently, they just banned, like, TP-Link, like one of the big manufacturers, for like consumer grade Wi-Fi, WAPs, routers, things like that. Telecom stuff is made to order. Interesting. I guess it could be in the form. We really just need to debug is what we need to do. Nothing is jumping out, even though, you know, accounting for squirrel brain, nothing is jumping out at me that would indicate you can't buy this stuff only on second market like eBay or such. Right, but yeah, they use don't they usually use just like a provider? They like to pick, you know, Wang Chung routers or whatever, company it is, because it's always in China. And they just say, give us the shipbox 7, give us 1 million of them, right? Isn't that usually the way it works? And like that same company like manufactures that thing for every telecom and anybody with a big enough account? Or am I mistaken? TP-Link is everywhere, yeah. Not here, because when I went shopping for a Wi-Fi router, I was seeing a bunch of people saying that they had to sign up with an account to use the management portal, and I was like, well, hell no. And I didn't really feel like tracking one down that I could flash with OpenWRT, I think is the name, the open source firmware. I didn't really feel like jumping through all those hoops. So I bought a different brand that has a little bit more options out of the box. And wasn't going to make me sign up for an account to cloud manage my friggin' router. So let's assume this is correct and go in at the save tile changes point, I think is what we want to do. So we'll stop that. We'll debug. They pick providers and reserve capacity. Yeah. So it's not like they, like, do the engineering part. They just, like, bulk order the good enough 34. Map editor. I don't really need to be full screen. Go in there, please. Thank you. And then just apply. Oh. Why didn't I break? It's weird that these are white now. Why are these white now? Is debug broken? Have they totally boned me? Change something and apply. feel like I might be boned. Why is mute breakpoints turned on? Why? What the actual? Here we go. All right. It's also adding different things. So hang on. Let me just hit play there. Hit play there. That's fine. We only need one. Thank you. Reset. Discarded. Yes. Reload you. Try this again. Apply. All right. So select tile. Should not be no. It should be a connection data, and it is. It's not staged for deletion, so we come in here. Let's look at our connection data. Tags just says east, which is correct. I can't move that because it's in debug. Not really. I have 7-8 TP-Link devices. None of them is to sign up to an account. They just buy finished solutions. Yeah. I think it was the newer stuff. I don't remember exactly. And I could be confusing TP-Link with somebody else. It's been years since I went looking. I found a lot of people talking about it, so... And I knew somebody that had something fairly recent that he mentioned needing to sign up an account for using it. And I didn't really probe to find out if that was a local account or not. Okay, so our connection data has the one tag. That is correct. Update tile. Go in here. Okay. You're going to go into connection data because you're a connection. Jump into you. Connection to update. Tags, still just the one. We get our offset. We get our parent tile. Tags is still just east. Parent tile connections, connection data. We're looking for a match. If it matches, we'll do a thing. Otherwise, okay, there we go. Set default tag if missing. Set default tag if missing. Your tags should be east. You're not null. So we're still east. Connection direction is the origin point direction to the destination point. 2-1 to 3-1. That sounds about right. Where is my application window? Oop. That's not good. There we go. I just locked the computer on myself. That was fun. Because apparently meta and escape is lock in default in Cosmic. I don't know. My application window has gone missing. I do not see it anywhere. Okay, so I can't verify these coordinates, but that sounds about right. Connection direction resolves to east. So you're there still. Add tag connection direction. You're not null. New tag. If it doesn't contain new tag, we add. It already there. We're done. We come out. Not updated, but it is updated. Destination offset. Okay, we're resolving our destination. We're setting the... We set connection to update. I just saw your password. It's a bunch of stars. I gotta go change it now. Leaked. I was actually really, really worried that I might be typing behind the lock screen or something. Just like a weird interaction. That would have been really bad. But it seems like it's all right. But tags has become southeast here. How did it become southeast? Connection to update. You happened like right in here somewhere. How do you parse text input from client? Do you have a complex grammar or it's verb object? It's a full parser. We've got we got some time. We can go take a look at it. Ba, 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 ba. Let's open you. Alright, so let's go to command parser. And right now it's kind of bare bonesy. But so we parse the input, right? And we end up with tokens. And tokens live... Like I've got Elixir and I've got tokens. So we tokenize everything, right? And we look up what the input is, does it map to a token, and all that good stuff. Okay? And then in our parser, and let's make this a little bigger, hopefully it'll help you to see. I know people say my text is too small all the time. I don't know why, but so it be. Alright, so we get our input. We go through all the Lexer and the tokenizing, right? We advance it so that we're there and we have two windows to look at, this token and the next token. So we have our current token, and if it matches one of our, predefined tokens, then we know what sort of thing we're looking to parse. So it is kind of verb object, but not necessarily. So for like a direction, because a cardinal resolves to a direction type token, right? And a token has a type and a literal. And this is not the same size. There you go. So token has a token and a token type and a literal. So these parse to a direction token type, and we have, hey, this is for the short form and all that good stuff. So if it's a direction, then we know that we need to parse a move command. So we can come in here, and we can say, we know it's going to be a move data. We take a look at this. If it happened to be move, which right here is a move token, right? Which actually might be a bug. If we were to look up here, I think move actually just maps in. Yeah, okay, so we try to parse a move command on a move as well. So we can use the same thing, right? So if it's a move, we just peek next token and make sure it's not nil. So we look at the next token and see, are you a direction or are you the end of the command? Because if somebody just typed move, we don't know where. But we move it to the next token there, and then we've got our list that we make, and we just go ahead and, as long as it's not an EOF, we append whatever here literal values they are. So we build that that string up, essentially a list of strings, right? And then if it's a direction, then we parse you directly to a cardinal, which is what the primary use should be, right? This is more for the future. And then, like, for example, like look, right? We have a token type for at in our token here, so that we don't have to go and look. We could actually replace this with ident, which is the default token type here. Command or a target name, right? It's just, it's a thing. We don't really know what kind of thing. But I've added like a me and an at, right? And you could probably work with the ident here and match on strings, but like, why? So basically, we build a game event from the tokens that come in based upon what they are. And then we just let the server figure out, does move to the big door make any sense? And nowadays, it should, once we finish adding all these tags, right? We're starting with cardinal direction tags, but tag resolution for this list of these guys, right, where we got a list of tags, we just grab the literals. We let the map resolve that and see if it's a valid target or not. Let's get you all back to a size that I can think at for the next time I use this. Next time I open these. Oop, I closed too many things. And I based that, the command parser, off of the Writing an Interpreter in Go book and the lessons therein by Thorsten Ball before he became an AI slop asshole. Okay, so we did end up somehow along the way losing our tag. It got set like right in here somewhere. And I'm wondering also, actually, it was southeast, not as opposed to south. So user input parses to game events, good approach. Yeah. It was the only way that made sense, right? To where it gave us the flexibility to really expand that with a pretty basic parser. But can I say go north and look? No. No, because you need to resolve the going north first, and there's no like multi-event queue system in place. If I was to expand, and I don't think I want to do that, you get a free look when you move, a free quick look anyway. If I was to expand it to be more complicated, what I would probably do is I would implement a parser that would just build, it would still build game events, right? But it would give you the ability to do like take 5 health potion from cupboard or something like that, right? That would be something I'd be more inclined to enrich it towards, to make that more friendly. And that wouldn't be super far from what I've already got. You know, we would add probably a token type for from, or that even might be something we could generalize into a different type of token. So like at and from and all that um, could be generalized to like a target or something. And then the parser for that event, whatever is triggered by like the command word, would figure out like, look at would become the look token, target token, and then an ident token, right? And then the take from would be, it'd be a take token, it'd be a target token, and then the parser for that would know, hey, if I have a target token here, then I should do this. And then that would technically make it so that you could do like take 5 potion at cupboard or something, and it would still resolve that basically for free, as long as we can keep the events straight and not have ambiguity in the within the combinations, right? Is kind of the way I was thinking about it. But the ability to make it all a token, run it through that Lexer and make it a collection of tokens seemed like the best, most flexible way. And I got to learn about, parsers, which was kind of cool. I did them on stream, but I think I deleted the live, the VODs afterwards just because it wasn't my original work. Like, I just worked through them. I didn't show, like, the book on screen. I just worked through it, read it, So it was fine for a stream, but I didn't leave a VOD, I don't think, up. It just didn't seem VOD-worthy. Okay, yes. Sorry, I was squirrel. The framework is there. You can expand parser later if you're like, yeah, that was kind of the idea. Because, like, the book walks you through making basically a programming language, right? Very simple C-like, monkey lang or something like that it was called. And, like, I would have to go back and, like, reabsorb the syntax tree stuff, but the parser part was very educational. I started, initially I was like, I don't really know how I'm going to tackle this. I mean, you could regex it, but then that becomes slow and messy very quickly, I think. So I was like, all right, it's time to refine my my tool set here. And I was actually really surprised at how, like, it would have taken me a long time to, like, invent it from scratch, but also it was exactly kind of the way I would approach it, I think. It all made, like, the obvious sense, right? Where it's just, it takes it in, it trims the string, it splits them on spaces, and tries to figure out what they are, and creates them, right? I was like, wow, that's... I mean, it's cool, but it's, like, exactly what it's exactly what you would expect, and that's cool to me. Programming languages have formal grammar and syntax. This is free form, but yes, you have to have at least a simple syntax. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and if you think about it, like, a command, like, system like that is like a really, really, really rudimentary programming language, right? So it made sense to my brain, anyway. You that went away. We move you over here, and we'll do this again. So 2131, apply. Okay, we came in here. At this point, connection to update has east for a tag. It is correct. If origin ID is not equal to null and connection to update destination ID is not equal to null, these should both be null. So we should continue beyond this. Okay, we still have east. Um, destination table value. My connection to update UUID. Destination offset. Does that have a side effect? No. Set same map connection tile data. Parent location is my origin. That's correct. Target vector. Connection to update connection vector. What is my connection vector? That is a thing that gets resolved on the fly. It's just a getter, I believe. Result is 1, 0. That should be east. Yeah, maybe not Turing complete, but it is kind of a programming language. Yeah. It's a set of instructions encoded in a loosely defined way. Yeah, exactly. So this resolves to east, which is correct because this is a horizontal one. And the east is the first one we should do in our list of, you know, our standard order that we usually clock around in. We start at north and go all the way around clockwise. Target vector, connection to update connection vector. East is still in there. Southeast. How did you just become southeast? What the heck? It must be here. It must be this function. Okay, let's just swap that around. Okay, yeah. Get out of here. I'm going to reset and do it again. So we come in here. Parent location is 2, 1. Okay, because it's east. That makes sense. Target vector, 1, 0. It's going east. That makes sense. Connection data is our connection data, which has the tag east. Okay. Connection location, get connection tile offset. We're figuring out where that is. Tags. Connection location is not null. Right here. Origin point, direction to connection location to string. This needs to not... Why did I do this? This should be a call to add tags if null, I believe. And then this should be... Oh wait, no. This should be set default tag if missing. That's what you should be. Actually, we should only do this if, while we're here, data tags is empty. Or... Yeah, because data, if it's null or it's empty. That's. The mud language reminds me of logo. Never coded in it, but you can control turtle with such commands: go, distance, turn, degrees, pen up, pen down. Yeah, kind of. Which really, I mean, like, you're moving a character in a world, so like super related, right? All right, stop you. Stop you. Map editor. Go back to Jim. Go to you. And now if we apply, you should not get rando incorrect locations. And you don't. Perfect. So this should also be good. Let's reset you. It should also be good here if we do an apply. Nothing so far. Go out, back in. Still south. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Love that. Let's get this out of the way. See here. Yep, you're in there. Okay. Had to make sure this was in the OG bangers list. Takes me back, I tells ya. Okay, let's commit that little bug fix. Git add. Ooh, actually, hang on. Let's just make sure that didn't break anything else. It shouldn't have. Perfect. Why did we not delete that though? Have to go now. Thanks for the stream chat. Yeah, have yourself a great week. Week it will be. It's about time for me to go here in a little bit too. So why didn't that delete that test data? And why don't I see it right here? I do see it. Test map file data 1. Map. It's probably this test. Map file data model. Map file data test data. So it's not you. It's map file data model. Where did I put you? I should fix those up. That's what I should do. This doesn't have map file data test data. It is over here. Map file data controller. Tear down all directory test dir path, delete recursive true. Test dir path is you. Why didn't you delete it? Now you did. Was it just a fluke? Well, now room templates left. What's going on here? I noticed it popped up into here. I wonder if this being open is causing it to have files not delete because somebody's using them, quote unquote using. I did just update everything, and they may have some bugs now that are new. Yeah. So 2 runs clean there. And if I open this, try again. Okay. I don't know is the answer. But as long as things work, which they will better if I type correctly, I'm okay with it. So we'll go ahead and say fix bug where connections with tags set were getting reset with bad data. I think that was left over from when we initially started thinking about how we wanted to make sure tags got in there before we pushed it into the controller there. For now, I think that's where we're going to call it a day. Because it's getting really hot in here. It's time for me to go turn on some AC. So thank you to everybody who came to hang out with me. It was good to meet those of you who are new. Good to see those of you who are returning friends. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. It is Monday, right? Yes. So ending today. So if you like this kind of nonsense, I'll be back here on Friday at 10 a.m. Central doing it again. And I'd love to see you again. If not, y'all have yourselves a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody. Bye.